top selection. Running at this level, always kind of making a move. I think the horse is going to get a dream trip behind on the rail behind the duel, and go from there. It's lost to some of the droppers, and there is no real droppers in here to face. So that's why that ended up for him to be my top selection. Just doesn't have to face the likes of like Young Boy when he was good, and Proud and Loud, which you'll see later in the card, which is kind of the key for me.
And American League.
And American League was
5,000.
That's true. That's true. 5 is my second choice. Kirt's top choice, probably the same reason. I backed him last time. Ran exactly how we thought would, with the pace battle up front. Gets the same pace battle, expected pace battle. Makes that nice late close, hopefully. Same kind of thing. Confidence is there. And does actually have the back class. That's why I did like him why I did like him last time, because there was the back class. And then the last one is the other closer, and that's Captive Kitten. Same kind of thing, closer, and kind of running. That was a tough field, 5 non-4. So I've got that horse also in the money. So we'll go 1, 5, 2 in that order. Maybe flip them a little bit. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you that the two girls are going to go battle it out on the front end. Both of them need the lead pretty well to win, so they're going to set up the race, I think. I went to number 5, Bad News, just because the non-3 lifetime condition this year is insanely tough. For about the last 6 weeks, the horses that have been running in there, they could take turns winning with the right trips and even beating Double In's money. That horse won at first asking as a non-2 lifer in the non-3, but had really good credentials under the belt. Bad News kind of woke up 2 outs ago, showed a real good close last time, was able to get up, and that was only going 5.5 furlongs. Now gets to stretch out to 6 furlongs. I think he'll like that even more as the 3 and 4 battle it out. Valid Thor is the stalker, but Bad News, 2 good wins in a row. I think this horse is coming around late in the season, so that's why I like him. I also like Valid Thor, but he's going to be less than even money in here. And Captive Kitten, 2 outs ago, ran a great race against Whitlove's Tacos. Last time out, Soul Obsession was just much the best. Captive Kitten just wasn't able to show that late rally, but I think will today. So I got all the boys. I got 5, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot. Pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 6, Crimson Bow, for this $5,000 maiden claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Stretch, what do you have in here?
All right, kicking off the pick 5. We're over the total. There's some long shots in this sequence, but we'll start with this one. I'm starting with the favorite. It's far from a lock as a favorite, but I went to the 1, and the main reason is there is absolutely no other pace in here at all. This horse has had to chase other speed in the past. We'll see if the horse can get the 5.5 in here. I just think that there's nobody to go with this horse at all. I think the horse breaks, gets the rail, controlling speed, slower than usual fractions, and just kind of goes around the track like that. 4 is make this race a mile, or if you had 6.5 furlongs, maybe. But the 4 has the figures. That's why I have to include the horse in here. The horse is more of a miler going from there. The 5.5 hurts a little bit. I think the horse potentially could be too far back. And then why I didn't have this horse on top is the horse is just basically hasn't raced and is here for the last 2 days. You would have thought the horse might have wanted to get here before the last week of racing, and so that's what hesitant why he's taken so long to get here this week. And the last one, basically, Halo's Phenomena. Did I get that right? I think I got that one right.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yes. All right. The 5, just leave it at that, has beaten many of these before. Kind of one of those true kind of maidens. But the last few efforts have been pretty good. And who knows? It's not a strong field in here. If the 1 can't get the distance and the 4's not ready to run, maybe he finally gets his maiden victory. So I'll give it 1, 4, 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3 horses as you, but I did take number 4, Alaska, on top. I have been fooled by these horses in the past, all route form, but coming from better racetracks And at this time of year, the maidens definitely are not a strong bunch. So this horse comes from Arlington, been the favorite the last 2 starts. Yes, it was going a mile on 16th, but these horses can sit a lot closer than when they do go the routes on those other races. They're patient. But this horse, I think, will make an early move and get into it. And I just think it's been running against way better and will mow them down late. I do like number 5, Halo's Phenomenon. This horse has really woken up in the last 3 starts, was beaten ahead at bomber odds 3 outs ago. 2 outs ago, just didn't get it going as Storybook Farm got the job done. And then last time out, ran another big race, going only 5 furlongs. So again, I like her as she is on a bit of a roll, running well in 2 out of 3. And yes, Zenhai is the speed, but I just don't think that's going to be good enough to steal it on the front end. So I put her as my 3rd selection. So I'm 4, 5, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, it's all about the droppers for me in here, and I've landed on the 4. The key is, as we've talked about recently and most of the year, the 5,000 dropping in, and this last time was the 3,500. Also take note of that 3,500 who came second in that race. That was Warbridge, who ended up winning yesterday from coming off the pace. I think the same kind of style is going to set it up for this horse. Basically 3 of 9 winning at the distance. The only negative is well, not negative, the horse just can't be too far back. If it isn't too far back, I think the horse is going to be extremely tough to beat in here. Race just kind of sets up. For me, it is my top selection. And then the second choice is the 3. Again, coming back, was in for the 5s. Look at 2, then basically 1, 2 back. Now cuts back after the 7 furlong race. I like that. I think this is better for this horse's distance. Same trip as kind of the 4. I think those 2 are going to have to battle for position. And then the last one, the horse that surprised me last week on a bit of a bad beat, as we discussed, is finally horse decided to win, got a trip up the rail, and that's Maddie's Pro. I won't hold it against the horse, and that's what some people do. You get beat by a horse and you refuse to put it in. Because of the potential duel, I've got to leave it in there. And the duel with Tis Funny will be in there. But Kirt, go ahead.
Well, in here I went to the same horse, My Father's Eyes. What a great race last time out. The horse that won it, Yo Why Me, that horse in the previous start was also a winner at the $5,000 level. So dropped to 35, got it done again. Warbridge, who ran second, who lost that photo, came back yesterday and got the job done, rallying late down the lane to take the money off of Hot Rodden and Major Munnings, who were battling. And Young Boy did run a huge one. So My Father's Eyes came out of what I think is going to be total key race. So that horse should be the stalker in here. Yes, I took number 2, Tis Funny. This horse will be on the front end all alone without a doubt. But the distance is the big question mark, that 5.5 furlongs. Yes, it got caught last time out by a nice horse in Wolowitz who sat close. But I thought Tis Funny would have opened up a lot more lengths than it did last time. And when they hit the head of the lane without a 4-length lead, Tis Funny is susceptible to getting past. And that is just what happened. But I think today is going to open up above 5 or 6. Sheldon Chickeness, a hot rider, jumps on. So I think Tis Funny has a good shot and will be well bet. But the 5.5 is just on the fringes of how far this horse wants to go. And my 3rd selection, one of Stretch's favorite horses, besides the Gooch, Warren's Van Gogh. This race is going 5.5 furlongs. And if you look at Warren Van Gogh's last 2 5.5 furlong races, they were both absolutely dynamite. Ran second to Yo Why Me and was a winner, beating Eights Wild early on in the meet. So I think this horse, who's taken a little drop from the $5,000 level into here, will run a lot better. So I settled on 4, 2, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers, they're going to go 5.5 furlong. Stretch, this should be an interesting one.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I think you can expect a pretty good pace battle between the 2 and the 4. and both of them kind of struggle to get that extra half furlong in here, which is going to make it very tough on them. So certainly looking for the closers in here. Non-3, this is at times we've got some long shots, so that's where I'm going to start with. Go with a nice long shot in here, and that's the Invader, the 7 Angels Run. Raced at Batera Park, and this is a question, see if Kirt might know this one. It took me a little while to figure this out. The second race back, that FAN, where
I don't know where that is.
Yes, so it took a while. It's actually Fairmont Park, but FanDuel is now operating it. So it's actually just, as you can see, the horse raced at Fairmont Park before, and they've changed the name on it. So anyway, that was a little trivia there. I had to get you involved. Anyway, back to the throw that out. So their horses are running well there, especially the Arlington and stuff. I think that the figures are there. I like the morning line price of 10-1 is the closer, one of the closers, so I think it certainly can upset. 6 is my second choice, just like Kirt. Maybe he's got the same kind of reason. The horse won last time, but the figures were very slow. Actually, the figures were slower than maiden races out of that distance. So the horse is going to be the big favorite, has to run better than that to be in there. Is going to be $4 or lower. Got to use him, but it's going to be my second pick. And then another long shot, which the horse surprised me last time of showing speed, and that's the 1. I didn't think why the horse would show speed last time. I think maybe Jared decided to try something. Won't be on the lead this time. Might get that dream trip with a 15-1 morning line and a wide open race. So can't leave that horse out because I think it's going to close today. So I'm going to go 7-6-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. The 2 and 4 go bang heads on the front end. They go as far as they can go, and then the closers start coming. I went to number 3, Gold Shaft. Will not run on Lasix today, as it shows in the program. It is Lasix, but it is off Lasix for today's start. 2 outs ago, ran an absolute great race, running down Storm Squall and drawing off to win by 2. Then last time out, Funny Flowers was just much the best. Both me and Stretch love the horse in there, and it did get it done. And Gold Shaft was just too far back. I don't expect this horse to be that far back today, but definitely watch down the lane. This horse should be flying. So that's why I have him on top. I took Mission Reality for second. I wasn't impressed with that last win. Yes, it got it done by 3, but the company it kept that day, it should have beat him by about 10. So that's why I put it for second as a beatable favorite. And I took number 5, Barbie's Quest. Yeah, the numbers aren't that great in there, but what Barbie's Quest brings to the race is a good closing kick. And this horse has been in there every step of the way. 6 out of 7 in the money this year. Has yet to go wrong. The worst finish was the first start of the year. So Barbie's Quest, if the closers are coming, I expect her to round out the top 3. So I took 3, 6, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 2, Ma's Mischief, which really changes the complexion of this race.
Yes, it does. We'll start with the key for me. It's the mile, and also pay attention to the morning lines. They're going to adjust. I basically have the 6 at about 7-5, the 5 at about 3-1, and the 7 maybe at 5-2 approximately. So don't when a big favorite scratches, don't get caught up on the morning line. Yeah, so it is going a mile. Big difference here from 7 furlongs to the 8 furlongs. You've got the sprinters that I find that can basically sneak that 7 furlong in, and once you get to the 8, now you've got your true milers, and there's a little more tactical rides in here. And so because of that, I decided to go to the 5 as my top selection. Plum Lucky, I think 7 furlongs is a little too short, and I think he can sit back and make that even move. Can't be too far back, but just make that move. 1-2 back at this level. I think it's just his race at a nice price in there. And then the 7 is my second choice. Won't have to go after El Chairman because there's a bit of other speed. We'll sit back, and he was coming to him at the end. So I've got to use him. And the last one, of course, I'm not going to leave out the 6. He just wins races. He's won 3 already. Game horse. But it's going to have a tougher trip. So I wouldn't leave it out, but not going to get the value. So I'm going to go 5-7-6. Kirt?
Yeah, I see a lot of pace in here. Young Boy can show speed like it did sprinting last time out. Wits Dollar Night always goes to the front. Honor Road likes the front. El Chairman likes the front. So what does that leave you? The 5 and 7, who are both closers. As Stretch said, Cabin John last time out had to press the leader, El Chairman, as nobody else went out against him. Soft early fraction, 25 and 2. But what I like is that Cabin John fought every step of the way and didn't give it up late. Kept going all the way to the wire. This is a horse that likes to come off the pace, so there will be a pace set up today. So I expect Jorge Carreno to sit back probably in about 5th here, watch that early action, and make the big move like this horse did in its previous start. That was a monster middle move the horse made 2 outs ago, and then ran flat down the lane as In the Deep was controlling speed in there and slowed it down early. So if I get that kind of race out of Cabin John, I think he has the best kick. I do like number 5, Plum Lucky, also, because this will be a horse that will be also flying at the end, picking up the pieces. Doesn't like to win a lot. Did get the win 2 outs ago. But I think Cabin John's just a little bit better than Plum Lucky. But you have to have it in your top 3. And number 6, El Chairman. What a great year this year. 3 wins out of 8 starts. Can sit just off of it, which I also like. If Wits Dollar Night and Young Boy, maybe they want to go out and set the early fractions. El Chairman will make the move after about a half a mile and go after him and try and last to the wire, fending off Cabin John and Plum Lucky. So I see 7, 6, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. We have 7 boys and 1 girl. Stretch. Quite the interesting race.
It is a great race to end off the card. Just a solid race. You're full field in here. I'm going to start with the 3 because how can you not start with the 3? 5, basically 7 starts. He's got 5 wins, 2 seconds. That's as good as you get. Beaten some very good horses all year, especially lately. Looked good last time. I like when the horse gets outside and makes that move, and he just has that turn of foot that I like to see, and deserves to be the favorite, but I don't think it's going to be easy. There's some runners in here, and so you don't want to just take a short price on this horse, even though it is the top selection. Next one is the 7, In the Deep. Yes, the distance isn't the best for me, but this horse is just running so well. He hasn't been that far off and has been close. Just being so sharp, get this horse in a race. Who knows, maybe you got to use this horse. And the last one is the 8. Is truly a sprinter. Showed good speed last time. Looked all right going off, even off a layoff. 10-1 morning line. There is other speed, but who knows? That cutback might just run outside and keep going and forget to stop. So I've got it 3, 7, and 8. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Marquis Well, an absolute win machine this year, and has a good running style here. If number 8, Most Amusing, number 4, Persistent, and number 5, Shooting Money all show speed in here, it'll set up for Marquis Well to make that late close like he's done 5 times already to get the win. So that's why I put him on top. Most Amusing, the 8, I put for second. That 7/8 I think was just a little too far for him. And Sheldon Chickness, he could not rate the horse after he got it going. The horse was a runoff and sizzled in 47-3. You don't see that going 7 furlongs here. So the cut back to 5.5 furlongs is what Most Amusing does need. And I took number 4, Persistent. We've seen Cypress Point in this same level run second to Marquis Well. Persistent, just as good a sprinter, if not better than Cypress Point. So I think she fits very well after the long layoff. She did go in the distaff at a mile, gets to cut back to 5.5 furlongs. So those are my top 3, 3, 8, and 4. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's card of racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just the lone overweight, and it's on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, the AON Stakes, scratch number 6, Crimson Bow. That's race number 3, scratch the 6, Crimson Bow. There are a few overweights also. The carryover in the jackpot pick 5. The last time to get it all alone, because tomorrow the jackpot, if you get it all alone, it will be guaranteed at $1 million, but the carryover today, just over $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, just a few overweights again on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 3, Gold Shaft will not run on Lasix. Also at the bottom of the program, it says Storm Squall has won races where the share was 2,500 or less. Please disregard that. Storm Squall has not won any races less than 2,500. Now turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 2, Maw's Mischief. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, Maw's Mischief. Now turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, number 7, In the Deep, will run for a claiming price of $15,000. There is one overweight, and the jackpot high 5 carryover just under $27,000, and there will be a mandatory payout tomorrow. Well, a beautiful day for racing again here in Winnipeg. Currently under partly cloudy skies. You can tell that Stretch didn't do the weather report today. The temperature, 18 degrees Celsius or 64 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the final Tuesday card of racing with a $1,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance stretch. A big 1 to 5 choice on the board. Is that your choice?
It is my top selection. I expected the horse to be the favorite. I backed this horse last time, even though it was in post 7. Horse ran well enough to go back to the horse, the mare again. I think that Carino probably has to sit a little bit closer because the 1 could potentially be the controlling speed. I just think that those $5,000 races going back are pretty good, losing to some of the better 5,000 mares on the ground. With Tenny 10, who's won, I think, about 4 or 5 now.
5.
So 5, and then West Princess.
She won 3.
Yeah, you cashed on all 3, and then the other one is.
How do I know that, eh?
And Cameo Comet won. So it's just a good level, and that's why I just think I don't like the price at all. Understand that. I think that we'll go up higher. The 1 is the horse that could beat the 4. So talk about why your 1's going to beat my 4.
Yeah, what I like about number 1, Sharp Contrast, there is horses that have experience going around 2 turns, and this isn't one of them. And the race it ran last time out was such a good race. Lost the 3-way photo to She's a Pontiac, where she got 2nd. Sharp Contrast ended up getting 4th. But I like that Sharp Contrast did cut out the fractions every step of the way, and then just got caught late by Wit 9, who went on by, and then She's a Pontiac just got there in the final head bob to take the 3rd place finish, at least away from Sharp Contrast. But now that has the experience of that last race under the belt, I think Sharp Contrast will improve. I think it will be loose speed in here, with She's a Pontiac being the stalker on the outside. So that's why I gave the nod to number 1, Sharp Contrast, but I do like She's a Pontiac. I think it's those 2 in here.
Yeah, I'm with you that. We both have the same horse for 3rd, and the way that this horse could, I guess, win is if 1 and 4 absolutely duel it out the whole way around. The horse is going to won't be in the duel at all, I don't think, and try to make that late run. I think the horse does have to improve, but it's one of those even running style horses, so it's kind of at the mercy of what happens up front with that horse. But you never know, depending on the different race shapes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Last 2 races wasn't going to be truly and terrific 2 outs ago. Last time out did get beat by Sharp Contrast, and She's a Pontiac. But Wit's Question does have some races that are good enough to be a top 2 finisher. But what I think Wit's Question has to do is get an absolute dream trip in here to get the job done. Number 2, Christmas Dance, did show speed last time. Kind of an unusual race for Christmas Dance. Showed speed, fell back around the turn, and then down the lane, came back on and ran a good 3rd. So it was kind of a surprising race for Christmas Dance, who hasn't shown anything all year.
Yeah, it was good to see. It also says we're going to be interesting to see how this horse does, because we look at Mission Reality, we talked about it wasn't a fast run race, so is it a little deceiving? I like the improved effort by Christmas Dance for sure, at least trying to come back on, but take note, she would have to go a lot faster than that to be in contention with the top 3 horses.
Yeah, definitely. And number 5, Button Mushrooms, trying to find her glory of 2020. Where she had a great year here, winning 4 races in the non-winners of the year today. Last time out, not a terrible race against Truly and Terrific, who was long gone on the front end. She's going to like this distance a lot more. And the last time she ran a route was against the boys, and Bacoli was much the best. I just don't know if there's enough speed for Button Mushroom to get there. But if Sharp Contrast and She's a Pontiac, they go battle it out and go the half mile in about 48 and change, that could set up for Button Mushroom at 10-1 to come mowing them all down.
Yeah, remember, take a look. We're at 15 non-winners of the year. the horses are not in top form, obviously, and you're right. There is a scenario that 1 and 4 knock each other out, and here comes Button Mushroom to finish off the year. Like you said, it was such a good year last year. She had some really good races. It's just not her year.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, starting it off with you. We're both after the pick 3.
We are both after the pick 3. So just a small one. I went to $5 wheel, spending a total $20 4 with the 1-5, with the 1-4 in the third race. If you just wanted to spend a $1 one, it only cost you $4.
And myself, I'm doing a $2 pick 3. I'm taking the 1-4 in the first leg, with the 2-5, with the 4-5 for $16 for a $1 ticket. That's only $8. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. On the track for race number 1, they're going to go 7 furlongs for $8,500. Number 1 is Sharp Contrast, owned by Just for Kicks stable, trained by Sean Morin with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Christmas Dance, owned by S&S stables, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Wit's Question, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chiganes. Number 4 is She's a Pontiac, owned by Daryl Paranica and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 5, Button Mushroom, owned by Cranky Acres stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Post time for race number 1 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Tuesday's final card of the year. 7 furlongs. Yeah, quick to the turn. I've got 4 as my top selection. I think it's a bit of a match race in here between the 1 and the 4. 1 may just try to ascend to the lead, and then the 4 she tries to stalk. I think Carino just has the better horse underneath him and will press and then take over and eventually pull away from the 1. 1 did wake up last time, so you never know. And the horse for third would be the 3. So Kirt, I've got it 4-1-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I have the same top 3 as you, but I did put the 1 Sharp Contrast on top. This horse never had a lot of experience going around 2 turns, so I called that last one a bit of a trial run, and she passed with flying colors, only losing by 2 after having the lead and then battling to the wire. She's a Pontiac, just got up to steal the placing away, so I think the 1's going to go a little farther, so I got 1, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 1. Christmas Dance, the first into the starting gate. Which question is in? The 1-2 favorite, She's a Pontiac, is loaded. Now just 2 left to go. Button Mushroom on the outside. And now just waiting on Sharp Contrast. The field is set. They're at the post. Sharp Contrast, a little fractious. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Sharp Contrast. Sent out to grab the early lead. Christmas Dance will be the stalker in second. She's a Pontiac settled back in third. Wits Question off the rail in fourth. And Butt Mushroom hugging the rail was fifth. Now moved up to third. Sharp Contrast has opened up on the field through a quick opening quarter of 24-2 and has the lead by 4. Christmas Dance back to second, rallying up the inside. Wits Question. Also Button Mushroom making an early move, and She's a Pontiac, the early trailer. Sharp Contrast nursed along and about to get some company, but slowed the second quarter 25 seconds to 49-2. In second, Wits Question. Back in third, Button Mushroom. She's a Pontiac starting a rally from the back of the field. The trailer Christmas Dance, they hit the head of the lane. Sharp Contrast still with that lead by 2. Button Mushroom, something to say about it on the inside. Wits Question on the far outside of a 16th of a mile to go. Sharp Contrast is digging in though. Sharp Contrast gets it done. Button Mushroom second best. Third's gonna go to Wits Question, and fourth to She's a Pontiac. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, Sharp Contrast as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Button Mushroom. Third to number 3, Wits Question. And fourth to number 4, She's a Pontiac. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 49-2. 6 furlongs, 1:15-3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:29-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 1, Sharp Contrast. Sharp Contrast is a dark bay or brown mare, 6 years old, by Bellamy Road. Out of the mare, Busted Again by Sharp Humor. Owned by Just for Kicks Stable, trained by Sean Morin, and ridden to victory by Nyrone Austin. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129 and 4. Race 1 is official. In the upcoming second race, there are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Well, welcome to the final 2 nights of live racing, where you have a chance at a life-changing score. More than $250,000 is yours tonight if you have the only correct jackpot pick 5 ticket. And tomorrow, that will increase to $1 million if your ticket is the only correct one. The jackpot pick 5 does start in race number 3. Tickets are just 20 cents for you to predict the winners of the last 5 races. Turning your programs back to race number 1, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $1,500 was number 3, Wits Question, claimed by Stephen Gaskin, owner-trainer. Also claimed for $1,500 was number 4, She's a Pontiac, claimed by Nearco Limited, trainer Carl Anderson. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs, stretch, sharp contrast, went to the front, and never looked back.
Yeah, it was a smart ride. Nyrone sent and just got brave, and then, like you said in the call, kind of slowed it down just a little bit, and then got brave at the end. That extra, that second time around, the 2 turns was the difference because he dug in. It did look like the old button mushroom trying to close late.
Yeah,
and so that was good to see.
Coming up the rail, that was good to see out of button mushroom.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, we can't make any judgment on the track conditions.
And She's a Pontiac just didn't fire.
No,
plain and simple.
And that this time of year, there always is that kind of risk of this, a long season, and they just kind of.
And as you've said, 1,500 non-winners of the year, back in a big chalk. Don't do it. Stretch. Yeah. Did you back the chalk?
I did.
Clearly,
okay. Yes, that's fair. I absolutely deserve that one.
Yeah, I like betting those seconditis horses to win. So I'm with you there, Stretch.
Good stuff. So right now, if you're following online, Mitch does a great job with, we call it question of the day because I couldn't figure it out between pool and pole. And the question of the day, it's on the ASD Live YouTube channel. It's lots of fun. It's how often are you going to be playing the races over kind of the fall, winter? And the choices are, you just play ASD Live, then you play maybe once a month, then there's once a week, and then there's every day like me. So we'll see how the poll goes.
And they couldn't throw mine on there whenever I have money in my account.
All right.
Because if there isn't money in there, I ain't playing. But if I am, I could be pretty well anywhere on the 7th hole of the golf course. Hey, what's going on, Australia? All right, I'm in.
Like it.
Let's box them.
Well, that's our goal, to build the bankroll for everybody for today and especially tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow with the mandatory payouts.
As long as I don't get them today.
Well, that's true.
And yourself.
That's true. Yes,
you're chasing after it too, Stretch.
I am taking a shot at both the pick 4 and the pick 5 today. So stay tuned for that. Let's start with race 2. My top selection is the 1. I don't like the price. I wouldn't bet the horse at 3 to 5, but the horse is sitting on a win. I just like how game this horse is on making moves. And some of the horses that he's lost to, for example, Proud and Loud, who is in a future race that I do like. American League is a dropper. And running second, I just like the movie. So I don't consider him actually losing these races, just kind of the other horses a little bit better. I think that Carino's going to get a dream trip on the rail. Behind the duelers between 3 and 4. We got the boys versus the girls in here. It's strange that you've got two girls that both like to be on the front end, and I think that there should be a bit of a pace battle. Unlike the last race, that's why you kind of look at races. Is there multiple speed horses? You pick sharp contrast because you felt that horse was going to be one of the loose speeds. This time, you're not going to be taking a speed horse because you think that there is some speed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Karamia, the way she wins on the front end, she hasn't showed me any different. And Bayal, the odd time, she can come from just off of it, but she likes to be right in the front, especially if she gets out of the gate. She is a little bit of a bad breaker every now and then. So when she doesn't get out of the gate, she sits behind, but she's there after 3/8 of a mile. So I expect the 3 and 4 to go battle it out. I do like Valid Thor, who is going to be the stalker sitting in behind. But number 5, Bad News. This is a horse that's really showed me it's coming into his own. Won its last race at Turf Paradise, breaking the maiden before arriving at the Downs. Won the allowance non-2 lifer at first asking. Then ran a bad one in the Golden Boy, took 7 weeks off, ran a flat race at the first level allowance, but then ran a spectacular race 2 outs ago to close all kinds of ground to run 4th. That's why we both liked it last time out. And we got almost 5 to 1, getting up to win by 3/4 of a length. But that was only going 5.5. Now the horse gets to go 6 furlongs, shows that late running style. I think this is a horse that's kind of blossoming late in the meet.
I agree with you. Right now with the value 9-2, it's a no-brainer to be taking that horse. And you're right, the extra half is going to make the difference. That's why we liked him 2 back, because it was only 5 in. You got the half and had a pace battle to run at late. So, and then the third closer in here is the 2 Captive Kitten. And she's running on the non-4, and there's always some good ones in there as well. She's a closer. She's got to get position as well. And she certainly can be that. I'm sorry, yes. He.
Sorry,
yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned.
Because there is two girls in the field.
Correct.
Just for people that don't bet by the program, you know, and they like picking numbers, listening to what we have to say, whether they go with it or not. But yeah, Captain Kitten is one of the boys in here.
I guess when I saw Kitten, I was thinking that. Anyway, that's why I don't read names very often. Anyway, I think the 1 and 5 are just a little bit above the 2, but the 2 I think certainly can be in the money. Maybe even run second with the right trip. So that's my third choice.
Yeah, Captive Kitten ran a lights-out race 2 outs ago with Whitlove's Tacos, as there was a heated pace in there, and the ralliers got up. And that horse looked like it won there, but Whitlove's Tacos was on the far outside and won that photo. Last time out against Soul Obsession, Top of the Rock, I think the horse was just a little too close, as the speed did stick around. I don't expect Captive Kitten to be close today. I think he'll be sitting right by Bad News. You got me saying she now. Sitting beside Bad News, 4th and 5th in the field. But I think when they come to running at the head of the lane, these two will be absolutely flying.
Agree with you.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, as usual, starting it off with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just play an exacta wheel in here, because I think it's down to those 2, 1 and 5 in first, and 1, 2, and 5 can run in second. That's why I like to do the wheel. Yours is different because you're doing the box on the trifecta. So anyway, for $4 wheel, 1, 5 with 1, 2, 5 is 16. If you want to just spend a $1 exacta wheel, it's only $4.
All right, myself, I'm doing the triactor box. I think the girls are going to beat themselves up on the front end. Then the 3 boys are going to come pounce on them. So I did the triactor box 1, 2, and 5. I did a $3 one for 18, but you can get a $1 box for just $6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race number 3. The AON Stakes kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 2, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Valid Thor, owned by Jared Brown and Sue Crane, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Captive Kitten, owned by Hearthstone Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is By All, owned by Shelley Brown, Osland Bell, Harvey Warner, Jay Jackson, and Anderson Livestock Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Caramia Mine, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 5, Bad News, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Richard Mangley. Post time for race number 2 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, race 2 is 6 furlongs. We've got five horses. We've got 3 colts and geldings and 2 fillies and mares, and they're the ones with the speed. I think the 3 and 4 are going to battle it out. That's where you're going to see them at the start. The 1, 2, and 5 are going to sit back. I think the 1 will sit closest on the rail, make that first move, put the speed away, and then have to hang on and try to beat the 5. The value play is definitely the 5 on the 4 at 4-1, but the 1 certainly can beat it. So I've got it 1-5-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 5, Bad News in here. The 3 and 4, I expect to do the early battling, but Bad News has really come into himself in the last 2 starts after the layoff. Ran a big 4th place finish, got the job done last time, going 5.5. Now gets an extra half a furlong today with speed to run at. I am surprised at the 3 at 9-5, as the 4 horse has been testing tougher on the girls' side, but I really like the 5, Bad News, here in race number 2. Valid Thor, the current 4-5 favorite. First to enter the starting gate. Captive Kitten moves in. By all, she's found her spot. 2 left to load. Caramia Mine, she's in. And now just waiting on Bad News. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Caramia Mine. Away well to open up on the field by a length and a half. Restrained just in behind by all in second. Valid Thor with the rail trip in third. Back 5 lengths from the leader, Captive Kitten, and another 2 to Bad News, who's the early trailer. The opening quarter, a very quick 22-3, and Caramia Mine finds herself alone by that length and a half. By all in, all out pursuit in second. Valid Thor is going to be looking for room, hemmed on the rail in third. Bad News starting to roll from the back, and Captive Kitten is right there. Also the half, 46-1. They hit the head of the lane. Caramia Mine with a short lead. Valid Thor clear running room in between horses. Far outside, Bad News on the rail. Captive Kitten 4 across the track. Valid Thor trying to get there, trying to fend off Bad News, and Valid Thor is going to get it done. Bad News for a second. Looked like Captive Kitten was third, and fourth to Caramia Mine. The stewards are posted number 1, Valid Thor, as your race winner. Second went to number 5, Bad News. A photograph has been called to determine the third place finisher. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 46-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-3. Results of the photo show number 4, Caramia Mine. Finishing third, fourth goes to number 2, Captive Kitten. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 2, that's number 1, Valid Thor. Valid Thor is a bay gelding, 6 years old by advance expectation, out of the mare Dubai Dora by E. Dubai. Owned by Jared Brown and Sue Crane, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. The AON Stakes kick it off. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 6, Crimson Ball. That's in this, the third race. Scratch number 6, Crimson Ball. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 3, Gold Shaft, will not run on lane 6. Once again, in race number 5, number 3, Gold Shaft, will not run on lane 6. Turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 2, Moz Mischief. That's race number 6. Scratch the 2, Moz Mischief. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 7, In the Deep, will run for a claiming price of $15,000. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 17 minutes. Well, this is the first leg of the Jackpot Pick 5, where you can win over $250,000 if you have the only correct ticket with the winners of the last 5 races. All you have to do is predict the winners of races 3 through 7, and tickets are just 20 cents each. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $3,500 was your race winner. Number 1, Valid Thor, claimed by Lee Delaron, owner-trainer. Also claimed was number 4, Karamia Mine, for $4,375 by Vela K. Butler, trainer Alan Brown. Also claimed for $3,500 was number 5, Bad News, by Doug Mustard, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, the AON Stakes, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. We have a maiden 5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 6, Crimson Bow. A special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch Valid Thor got it done.
Yeah, a very good ride by Carino. Kept the horse close and then moved out where the 5 was a little farther back, and I think that was the difference just because of the positioning in that race. 4 showed the speed as expected, and then the 1 hung on.
Yeah, he was kind of trapped at the quarter pole there. I was wondering if he was going to get out as early as he did, but Bayall started backing out of it, gave him smooth sailing. But again, a great ride to get the win. Okay, coming over to race number 3, who do you like in here?
Okay, we're already over 260,000 in the jackpot high 5. It can easily go today. Got some long shots. We've had 1 favorite and 1 second choice come in. I'm going to start with the favorite on the 1. And the main reason is because she is literally the only speed in here, the only one that likes to go anywhere close to the lead. She's chased other speed before. And these are the type of horses I do like, because it always shows that she kind of backs up. But that Lady Nyla is a bunch of speed, and there is none of them in here. And so if she gets loose, we saw it in the first race today, and actually in horse racing in general, if you're the lone speed, you become tough to beat. 5.5 is right on the borderline, but I think just because she is the lone speed that she could go gate to wire.
Yeah, definitely a lot less speed here. Lady Nyla was dropping in from maiden allowance into the 5,000 and was well respected and ended up getting the job done. But I like a couple other ones in here. I like number 4, Alaska, coming from Arlington Park. Bet down as the favorite in the last 2 outings. Was going a mile and a 16th and the mile. But I've seen these horses many times and they've fooled me. Meaning, oh, well, it's a route horse. It can't sprint at all. And then they have more class and they show it on the racetrack. They sit closer than you think, because when you go a route of ground, they're usually well rated when the horses are sitting back there. They don't like them getting into the early action. They give the late run on them. I think this one will be hustled to try and get into the early action in here. And I think just on the class alone, I think this one has a big shot to win, and currently getting 5-2.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think the horse, certainly the horse cannot sit 16 to 18 lengths back to have a chance to go in this distance. Nyron's got to have the horse sit closer. We'll have to see. I don't disregard that horse. My other horse of the best of the rest is I've kind of got that the 5 horse. Kind of been a bit of a lifer, but suddenly the light's kind of gone on the last few starts, 2 of the last 3 anyway, and the last race was only 5 furlongs, and she was closing late and beat a few of these horses already. It's not a type of horse that I like to bet to win, but I mentioned on ASD Live, this is not a stellar group. So I don't think you can leave her out.
Yeah, 3 outs ago, she ran lights out, even though that time was really slow, and then came back, and Storybook Farm got the job done as they went a lot quicker in 1:14.1. But that race last time out, that was a lights out good race by Halo's Phenomenon. This horse looks like it wants to go about 1.5 miles by the way it runs, but it showed good late run to only lose to Lady Nyla by 3/4 of a length. And that was only a field of 6, and this horse went off at over 35-1 in the race. That same race today, I think is good enough to get it done in here.
Yeah, if the one backs up, I can certainly see that for sure.
Another horse to look at, number 3, Really Lucky. This horse has been on the fringes of getting it done. First start after coming from Lone Star, only lost by 1/2 a length as the horse had a wide trip throughout. Then came back, ran second to Witt's Girl, who just went to the front and was gone. Storybook Farm, Zenheim Crimson Bow beat it. And then last time out was well back in the field, but did make a charge down the lane, but was outkicked by Halo's Phenomenon. If this horse gets a trip, another one that can do it definitely.
Yeah, in this field, and if it comes down to the closers, you're right. Who gets the trip or who's a little bit closer certainly can get there.
And Crafty Pie, long odds in every start. Last time out, really didn't do anything, beaten by double digits in the end. This horse could show improvement, but I think it'll have to improve a lot.
Yep.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch, how many wagers today? Only two. What's going on?
Here we go. So 20-cent pick 5. I'm taking a shot because I've got a lot of favorites that I think can get beat, and I want to scoop the pool before tomorrow, and that would be okay. 1, 4, and 5 in this race. I think I've got everybody there. I feel then 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 4th. 1, 6, 7. There's a couple long shots in that 5th race. 5, 6, 7, I've got it down to those 3. And in coming home in race 7, I've got 3, 7, and 8. A couple long shots in there with the favorite. And for the players that need to bet now, $8 exacta wheel. One with 4, 5, $16. You could spend maybe $2, make it a $2 exacta wheel, and a total of 4.
There we go, and I'm going after the pick 5. I'm taking 1, 3, 4, 5 in here. Race 4, the 2, 4, 6. Race 5, 3, 5, 6, and 7. I'm keying the 7 Cabin John in race 6 and rounding it out with 3, 4, and 8. That'll cost you $28.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the AON Stakes. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Zen High, owned by Kyle Hebert and Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Crafty Pie, owned by Lars Mathiasen, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 3 is Really Lucky, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Laska, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 5 is Halo's Phenomenon, owned by RTM Racing, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Richard Mangley. Number 6, Crimson Bow, was scratched. The AON Stakes here in race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going only 5.5 furlongs maidens, horses that have not won. I think there's only one speed horse in here, and that's the one. I think she's going to go right to the lead and try to play catch me if you can. If she can slow it down just enough and get that controlling speed, I think she can get the 5.5. Everybody else in this field are closers. So it becomes, if the 1 can't get there, it becomes wide open, and then it becomes the 4 and the 5. So I'll give you 1, 4, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. Number 1, Zen High is the speed of the race, but I'm not sure if she can get the job done today. I went to closers. I went to number 4, Alaska. I think this horse has been running against much better. That's why it's even money on the board. Yes, all route races, but better horses, they can show, they can go short, and that's what I think we're going to see today. I also like number 5, Halo's Phenomenon. 2 good races out of the last 3. Any of those 2 races are good enough to win this one. Good luck here in race 3.
Post time!
Even money favorite Zen High, the first to walk in. Next up, Crafty Pie. Really Lucky's turn from the middle. Zen High fractious in the gate. Now just 2 left to load. Alaska. And just waiting on Halo's Phenomenon. The field is set. They're at the post. Crafty Pine, Really Lucky fractious. Really lucky again. And they're off. Breaking slow was Crafty Pie. From the inside, Zenhai quickly goes out to the early lead with Halo's Phenomenon. To the far outside, Crafty Pie recovered early and is back in third. Another 2 lengths back. That's going to be Really Lucky, and Laska can see them all from 8 off the lead. 24 and 2 the opening quarter. Zenhai and Halo's Phenomenon. These two battling it out. Really Lucky starting to move up very smartly from third. Crafty Pie fading to fourth, and Laska starting to roll from the back of the field. They hit the head of the lane. Zenhai with the lead by a length through a half in 49 and 2. Halo's Phenomenon on the outside, making a 3 wide bid. Here comes Really Lucky with a big bull burst. Really Lucky goes on by and is going to win it. Second's going to go to Halo's Phenomenon, third to Zenhai, and fourth to Laska. The Stewards opposed to number 3, Really Lucky, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Halo's Phenomenon. Third to number 1, Zenhai, and fourth to number 4, Laska. They went the opening quarter 24 and 2, the half 49 and 2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108 and 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, the AON Stakes. That's number 3, Really Lucky. Really Lucky is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Looking at Lucky. Out of the mare, My Name's Nicole, by Charismatic. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108 and 4. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 3, Gold Shaft will not run on Lasix. That's race number 5, number 3, Gold Shaft will not race on Lasix. Starting your program to race number 6, scratch number 2, Moz Mischief. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, Moz Mischief. Turning your program to race number 7, number 7, In the Deep, does run for a claiming price of $15,000. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. And take note, folks, that the guarantee for the pick 4 has been increased to $50,000. The pick 4 starts here in race 4, and it's a $1 wager on races 4 through 7. And live racing does come to an end tomorrow, but nothing else changes at Assiniboia Downs. The fun continues every day. There are 140 VLTs in the clubhouse to get a lucky streak going. There's simulcast racing from top tracks. There's breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night dining at the Downs every day of the week. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs, welcoming TVG and their viewers once again. Stretch really lucky, got really lucky. There was a pace battle early.
Exactly. Antonio recognized it right away that the Richard decided I got to go after the one, pressed the one, used up, and kind of cost him to do that because he had to press the one, and that took something out of the one. And just a smart ride by Antonio when he gets in that patient kind of spot. He just let the horse run and kind of basically take over.
Well, we've seen him and Valid Thor with Carreño in the last 2 races. Both of them rallied up the rail to get the win. So maybe the rail's golden like it has been since week number 2. Week 1, it wasn't any good, but since then, it has been the place to be. Okay, let's go to race number 4 here. Stretch, what do you like to start off the pick 4?
Okay, great. I think it's a great sequence. I think it's going to pay well. I think the favorites are vulnerable in different spots here. Look at the betting board in this one. Oh, somebody just bet the 4. Which ends up to be my top selection. Might end up going off as the favorite, but it certainly won't be odds. I don't think it's going to be odds on one of those $4 horses. It's both of our top selections. And the reason why is running for that 5,000 did drop to 35 last time. I did mention on ASD Live that Warbridge won yesterday, looked good closing late. I think the same thing's going to happen. This horse has been running against Marquis well. You're going to see in the last race tonight. El Chairman is going to be one of the favorites in a couple races. Drizzy's been a winner. So just the company, and I will take a quote from you, like to mention being within 5 lengths. Well, the horse has been within 5 lengths of all these very good horses running in competitive races. Those 5 to 75 races were so tough. Doesn't have that here. Gets the trip. We saw that they can close. News came from back, didn't get up, but still came
Bad
from the
News
bad.
was dead last.
Yeah, so that's my top selection.
Yeah, I also like My Father's Eyes. That last race was the key with Warbridge. Why me? That winner, it won for 5,000 its previous start and then dropped to 35. And they ran a snappy time in there, 1:11.3, and Warbridge was a stalker that day. So My Father's Eyes just couldn't get up as the speed did not come back. Young Boy was right up there also. So those top 3 didn't change from the head of the lane. So My Father's Eyes outkicked all the closers in there, and that's why I like it. I also like number 2, Tis Funny. You're getting 3-1 right now. Tis Funny will be the speed in here, but the distance is the big question mark. 12 starts at the distance, only 1 win, and 5 second place finishes. Blazing speed out of Tis Funny. If you think this horse can shake free, which it will, but if you think it can go all the way, you might get rewarded today at 7-2. This horse usually goes off at about even money.
Yes, and don't get too excited at the
head of the lane, even with a
6th
or 7th length lead.
Even at the
watch
16th
pole. 16th pole is the telling tale.
Yes, so you're going to have to really start screaming if you chose Tis Funny to help him get home. Yeah, that's fair. We know the horse is going to be on the lead. I went to my second choice was a 3, Proud and Loud. Same basic reasons as the 4. I like that it won that 3,500 last 2 starts ago. Tried the 2 turns at 7 furlongs. That didn't work that well. That's just an even run race. Won some races last year, has not at that level, has dropped down. So if the horse can come back to about 2 back, I think you don't want to leave that horse out. 8-1 is, I think, very good value on that horse for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Proud and Loud took that drop and got it done easy. And last time out, El Chairman and Cabin John, they battled on the front end through slower fractions. So the closers weren't able to get there. So Proud and Loud might really like this race today in a stalking role behind Tis Funny. Another horse I like in here, number 6, Warren's Van Gogh. Warren's Van Gogh definitely is a horse that has surprised me a couple times this year. Ran second to Yo Why Me at that $5,000 level in a stalking role. And at the beginning of the year, going the same distance in the 35 non-winner or 4 life, ran a winning effort, winning by a neck over 8's Wild. I think this horse just might love 5.5 furlongs.
Absolutely. So that one you mentioned was a bad beat, 8's Wild. So if
that was a bad beat because I had 8's Wild and you had Warren's Van Gogh, so it was a bad beat for me, not you.
Good beat for me.
Yeah.
Because I beat, yes. So, I didn't realize that. No, I obviously realized.
Yeah, but I got you back with Yo Why Me.
Yes, you did. So that's fair. Obviously, that horse wins races and capitalized on him a few times. He won last year in September. And is right on the fringes as well, for sure. So he's got 2 wins at the distance. Certainly a stalking trip. He might be the one that gets the jump on it. Last one I'll mention is the 5 on the cutback. He surprised me last time, beating Double Time Late. He will be a closer. And so if you're looking for closers, you may want to at least include that one in the trifectas.
And what about the one Soul Obsession? Made a power move. After about 3/8 of a mile, took over and lasted to the wire, beating the favorite, Top of the Rock. Soul Obsession, this horse 2 in a row, looking for 3.
Yeah, it says its value is dropping to 25, but I think this is a tough 25 claimer. Horse figured it out, didn't like to, has some quirks with them, but looked good last time. Does need to run, I think, a little bit better, but is clearly sharp.
For sure. All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 4. Stretch, we're starting it off with you. No Warren.
No, hang on.
Oh.
We're going to start.
What's going to happen here?
Well, we're going to start with the people now. $10 exacta box, 3 and 4. Those are the ones I like best. But I've thought about it. I need Warren. He won for me before. Beth, I need a stretch change alert. We're going to go 3, 4, 6 in this leg. We're going to throw out the early speed. Hopefully it doesn't cost me. So 3, 4, 6 in the first leg. 1, 6, 7 in the 5th. 5, 6, 7 in the 6th. 3, 7, 8 in the 7th. There's some long shots in there. I took a shot. I like the sequence. There's a lot of favorites I think can get beat. Potential payout. Had to go for it.
All right, there's your change. I'm going to have a $1 pick 4. I'm taking 2, 4, 6 in the first leg with 3, 6, and 7. Race 6 to 6 and 7, rounded off with 3 and 8 in race number 7. That'll cost you $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Soul Obsession, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Tis Funny, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 3 is Proud and Loud, owned by Just for Kicks Stable, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is My Father's Eyes, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Richard Mangley aboard. Number 5 is Maddie's Pro, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Warren's Van Gogh, owned by S&S Stable, trained by Maria Stanford with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 7, Empirical Data, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Kayla Pizarro. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 3 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 5.5. This is a good competitive race. I think it's wide open. Look at the betting board. We've got the 2 as the favorite. He will be on the lead, but that's not the horse I'm going to. I'm going to the 4, My Father's Eyes. I think this horse is going to get that stalking trip that we need. Just because the 2 struggles to get that 5.5. As long as he doesn't get too far back, runs back to many of his other races this year at a higher level, makes him tough. Don't forget the 3, it's 6-1. Another closer. 2 back has already won at a higher level. So I've got it 4-3-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, My Father's Eyes. This horse last time out wasn't able to close as the top 3 finishers ran from the head of the lane all the way to the wire, but still ran a really good race in there. Has run against better earlier on. Should get a good trip. The 2 is the speed, but you're going to be sweating it out come to the 16th pole, but will be on the lead all alone. So I'm 4-2 here in race 4. This is the 4th race. Number 1, Soul Obsession, has gone to the starting gate for attack adjustment. Soul Obsession, the first to load. Next up, the co-favorite, Tis Funny. Proud and Loud finds his spot. The slight co-favorite, My Father's Eyes, moves in. Now Maddie's Pro's turn. 2 left to load. Warren's Van Gogh. And now just waiting on empirical data. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, hard sent Tis Funny. Straight out to secure the early lead. Proud and Loud. In between horses in second. 3 wide, Warren's Van Gogh. 4 wide, empirical data. Soul Obsession scoots up the rail. Then it's back to Maddie's Pro, and your trailer is going to be My Father's Eyes, who's only 6 off the lead. 23-2 the opening quarter, and Tis Funny and Soul Obsession. These two are just rattling along after the opening quarter of 23-2. Settle back in third, Proud and Loud to the far outside. My Father's Eyes, Soul Obsession now takes over as the leader. Getting motivated, Proud and Loud. My Father's Eyes on the far outside. Coming with a late flurry, Soul Obsession. My Father's Eyes. Close at the wire. Photo finish between Soul Obsession and My Father's Eyes, with Proud and Loud finishing in third. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-4. Results of the photo show the winner number 4, My Father's Eyes. Second goes to number 1, Soul Obsession. Third to number 3, Proud and Loud. And fourth to number 6, Warren's Van Gogh. Now entering the winners enclosure. The unofficial winner here in race number 4. That's number 4, My Father's Eyes. My Father's Eyes is a bay gelding 4 years old by 40 Tails out of the mare Fashion Commands by Old Fashion. Owned and trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Richard Mangley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 4. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Number 3, Gold Shaft, will not run on Lasix. Once again, in this 5th race, number 3, Gold Shaft, will not run on Lasix. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race number 5. They go to post in 18 minutes. And good news, folks, there's one more night market, and that takes place on Sunday from 1 till 11. More than 100 exhibitors and local artisans, food trucks, live bands, a beer garden, and more. Admission is just $7, 5 and under are free, and parking is just $5. Tickets are available at the door. You must be fully immunized to attend the final Manitoba Night Market this Sunday. See ya here. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up that aren't on 3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, my father's eyes eked one out in race 4.
Yes, I'll be honest, watching how far the horse was at back, and I was not a happy camper during the race, and then he starts gaining. It's like, I don't want the wire yet. I don't want the wire. And then I always stand from the studio. It's about 20 steps from my usual spot, and I'm pretty good on the photos and I actually thought the one won the race, but the head bob got it. That was what happened there.
Yeah, definitely. Head was down on my father's eyes on the outside. I wasn't going to call that one.
No.
Just because when they bobbed on the wire, I got my same angle I've been in for 10 years now. And it was just, you can't guess on those ones as it comes down to just noses in the end. All right, so who do you like here in race number 5? 5 non-3 life girls.
Okay, so I'm a little surprised on the odds in this one for sure. I'm going to start with the 7, looking for a price in here. I thought the 6 would have been the big favorite, but let's start on the 7. We've already seen Jennifer Jordan come in with one of these horses in the earlier race, and the horse finished up well. I like this horse a lot more. That's why it's my top selection, and the main reason is it's run competitively. The figures are there, and I just think it's there because there is going to be a speed battle between the 2 and the 4, and that's why it sets it up for the closers, just like the last race and a previous race too that we like the closers, and so that's. And then in case you missed ASD Live, that track 2 back is actually Fairmont Park. FanDuel is now kind of having the casino, so they've switched it over back in June, I believe is when it was. So just so you know where that track was. So that's my top selection at a nice price.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Angel's run should go off as a nice one. And if you look at that last race that the horse did run, the winner won by almost 7 lengths. So it was only 3 lengths outside of second money. Myself, my top selection, number 3, Gold Shaft, does not run on Lasix today. This horse 3 outs ago ran a huge race, only to be beaten by a half a length. Came back and made no mistake as it blew by them and won by 2.5. Last time out was way too far back after not a great break out of the gate, but Funny Flowers was much the best in there. Wit 9 was also taking a little bit of a drop and did come back to win. So that was a really good race that Gold Shaft comes out of. And Jorge Carreno, he won one earlier, got lipped out on the head bob there. I think it's the speed of the 2 and 4 sets up for a closer. And the last race, my father's eyes came from dead last. I think Gold Shaft will be back there, probably second last. But I think this horse has a big shot to run him down.
Yep, that's fair. That's a closer. That's how I see the race going. I like to run the race, and sure enough, that I agree with you on that speed. The 2 and 4 happens to be the favorite. Neither one of us have this horse in the top one. Is going to be on or near the lead for sure. I'm gonna go to my long shot next, and then I'll let you talk about this. And this is the number 1. And I like what this horse did last time. It pressed the pace last time, not usually the running style that it's accustomed to. And I think that was maybe just an attempt to try something. Now it's going to not get the lead. It's just not fast enough to keep up with Storm Squall, which is a good thing because I think Chady is going to sit just off. And you see a few back at 5 furlongs made a nice winning race there. Raced against Wits 10-10, who's a winner. And I think this horse is sitting on a top effort at a nice price.
Well, Stretch, I picked 3 of these horses in the last 2 weeks that showed speed when they weren't speed horses. They came better off the pace, and all 3 of them came and won. So you pointed that out. I just noticed that, and I think this horse you definitely have to throw in at post time. Will probably be about 15 or 20 to 1. Another horse I do like in here, number 5, Barbie's Quest. She has run good all year long. First start of the year, she had to run against Little Miss Zach. That was her worst finish, 4th. but was only less than a length off of second money as Valentine and I Spy My Little Eye. They ran second and third in there, but since then had 5 consecutive second place finishes, 4, and then came with the win. One of them was place first, but Barbie's Quest, I think will be sitting dead last because it doesn't have a real big kick, but she will come at the end. She has been competitive, so I think she's going to fit with these.
Yeah, she'll be closing late again. Got to sit close. The horse we haven't talked about yet, and that's the 6. And it's interesting that the morning line is 7-5. Very cold on the board at 3-1. Did win last time. We liked her. She wasn't that impressive. I think she's got to run back to previous races. She has the right running style. Maybe she's going to improve after that last effort. She will have to run faster. But I just found it interesting on a morning line that the guys that do the morning line are very good. And this is how cold this horse is on the board.
Well, if she runs back to that race 2 outs ago against Mariana and Maybella, she was absolutely flying and lost by that length and 3/4 after getting dusted in her other start, 4th beaten 11 on the sloppy track. If she runs back to that sprinting, she does have a big shot in here with the pace of the 2 and the 4 going out to the lead. But let's go to our bets here in race number 5. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Yeah, well, I've got some big long shots. I've got the bookend of the 2 longest shots on the board. I like that. And then the 6 horse, like you said, runs back to it. So a $3 exactor box, 167. Just looking at the $1 exactor, 1.7 is $166. Times that by 3, do the math, it's lots. Kirt?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And myself, I'm going 10 to win on the 3 gold shaft, 20 to place for that's going to be $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Just Call Me Candy, owned by Regal Group, Shamrock Racing Stable, and Lorna Gray, trained by Jared Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is I Spy My Little Eye, owned by B&K Racing, trained by Mike Tamporn with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Gold Shaft, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Storm Squall, owned by Manny Medeiros and Glenn Miller, trained by Jim Donnelly with Shamari Muir. Number 5 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston, Sheldon Chickadas aboard. The 6 is Mission Reality, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Angel's Run, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Post time for race number 5, 3 minutes away. Turning your programs back to race number 4, we had 4 claims to report. First off, claim for $2,500, number 2, Tis Funny, claimed by Cranky Acre Stable, trainer Shelley Brown. Also claimed for $2,500, number 3, Proud and Loud, claimed by Wayne Elias, owner-trainer. Also claimed for $2,500, number 4, My Father's Eyes, claimed by Colt Brown, trainer Alan Brown. And claimed for $2,500, number 5, Maddie's Pro, claimed by Lane Bremner, trainer Lee Delaron.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 5.5, and boy, do we have a wide open race. Odds are very close, wavering between the 6 and the 3 in the favoritism. I'm going to go to the outside horse, the 7 at 6-1. I think there's a pace battle early between the 2 and the 5. Hoping for this horse to make that closing run. Has some nice races at a little bit higher level, and if it can get that move like the last race on the 4, it can get up. My long shot, 9-1, is the 1. I think this horse is going to get a dream trip up the rail, and you're going to get paid if he gets across. Let's go 7-6-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with the big pace battle between the 2 and 4 here. That's why I went to number 3, Gold Shaft. This horse showed a lot of good run 2 outs ago, getting the win, and at 5.5 furlongs 3 outs ago, only lost by a half a length. Last time out, the top 2 were just too good in there. I think this is an easier field for Gold Shaft, so I like the 3. Good luck here in race 5. Storm Squall, the first to go in. Next up, Just Call Me Candy. I Spy My Little Eye, ready to take her position. Gold Shaft moves in. Now Barbie's Quest steps up and in. Now just 2 left to load. Mission Reality, the current favorite at 5-2. And just waiting on Angel's Run. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, I Spy My Little Eye and Storm Squall. Both 5 lengths off it on the outside with Just Call Me Candy. On the inside, 4 more lengths back to Gold Shaft with Barbie's Quest rallying, and Angel's Run, the early trailer, about a dozen off of it. 23 seconds the opening quarter. I Spy My Little Eye now engaging Storm Squall as they hit the head of the lane. Mission Reality on the outside, creeping closer, as does Barbie's Quest. Just Call Me Candy on the inside. I Spy My Little Eye now takes over with the lead with the 16th of a mile to go. Mission Reality with a big lace burst. Mission Reality is gonna get it done. A 3-way photo for second between Angel's Run, who came flying, Barbie's Quest, and I Spy My Little Eye. Stewart's supposed to number 6, Mission Reality, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, that's number 6, Mission Reality. Mission Reality is a Grey Roan filly, 3 years old, by Mission Impossible, out of the mare Deputy Reality by Deputy Minister. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107 1. Results of the photo show number 7, Angel's Run, finishing second. Third to number 2, I Spy My Little Eye, and fourth to number 5, Barbie's Quest. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Antonio Whitehall, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 2, Ma's Mischief. That's in this, the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 2, Ma's Mischief. Kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 6, Mission Reality, claimed by Hillside Farms and Right Attitude trainer Stephen Gaskin. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We got a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Scratch number 2, Ma's Mischief. Special welcome to TVG and all their viewers joining us again here in race 6. Stretch Mission Reality, 45 cents on the dollar today, 7-2, and gets it done.
No kidding. What a betting board. I was looking up just before the race, and there was basically $9 and change and under $20. Everybody wide open, and sure enough, across the wire. And a good race. It's just too bad that the 7 was a little too far back. He was flying, and like I said to you off air, give me another quarter of a furlong. If they'd only ran 5 3/4, the 7 was a winner. But exactly was still a nice payout if anybody followed on the bets that I put out.
Yeah, and after we talked about it, Mission Reality went down to 2-1, but floated right back up. Way past the morning line of 7-5. Anybody who looked at that got rewarded.
Yeah.
And they love the payout on that. All right, on to race number 6. 1 mile. The probable favorite at 6-5. Maz Mischief scratched out of here. Changes the complexion of this one, but definitely there's a lot of speed.
Yeah, there's not, I wouldn't say there's pure rabbit speed in here. There's kind of controlling speed that horses like to get on be on the lead or right near the lead. And so I've decided to go with another closer, which seems to be the theme today with a lot of pace battles up front, to Plum Lucky, the 5. This horse did lose to the other 2 last time they raced on September 6th, but they're going from 7 furlongs to a mile, or 8 furlongs. Anybody that's unsure of how far a mile is. And I think that's a better distance. As mentioned on the show, ASD Live before, is the mile. I find that there's a bigger difference going from 7 to 8 because the sprinters struggle a little bit more going that extra furlong. And so that's why I've got kind of a pure kind of miler, you could say, on Plum Lucky. He'll wait. He might be one of the last ones to make the move if everybody moves, and if they're kind of running that 7 furlong race, he'll get them late. So I think I'll get a nice price, and at least he's a contender for me.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Hasn't been able to beat Cabin John, who's my top selection. Cabin John last time out was battling it on the front end with El Chairman because nobody else went to the lead. Look at the fractions. They were slow, 25-2, 49-4. And Cabin John just didn't falter at all, ended up only losing by a half a length. But when this horse rallies from off the pace, I think he's just so much better. And Witt's Dollar Night, the 3 horse in here, will go to the lead for sure. I expect El Chairman to be close. On a Road likes the lead. And Young Boy showed some crazy speed last time out against Yo Why Me. So I see lots of speed. The only 2 real closers are the 5 and 7 and Cabin John. I liked his race last time out, but I would have liked someone else to battle with El Chairman so he could have showed his late run. I think that's what happens today. That's why I'm a big Cabin John fan.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I agree that the impressive part on Cabin John last time was actually kept coming. The El Chairman was basically your controlling speed, and he wasn't home until that wire came because Carino really woke up Cabin John at the end, and that's where we both have the 6 on our ticket, and you have to have it. I mentioned 3 wins, but they're going that little extra, and that might be the big difference why I can't back 6 as a win selection. We both have you have the.
Yeah, we both have the closers.
We have the closers, and in the pick 4 that we're both alive, you have 6 and 7, and I have 5, 6, and 7. So I'm not going to say I'm kind of cheering for the 5. That would be wrong, but I am. Anyway, 6 is certainly a contender. 3-1's more than fair value.
Now, can you see anybody getting loose in here? Because Witt's Dollar Night, when he does get loose, he is definitely a tough campaigner. 10 for 16 in the money, 2 wins, 5 seconds, 2 thirds. And coming out of a really tough 7,500 last time out, now stretching out again. And he double-dueled after getting left in the gate 2 outs ago, and then just absolutely sent to the front end and was all done early as they went a 48 and 2/2. Could he get out there and control it and go wire to wire?
He certainly can try, and like you said, he gets very brave. I've talked about this horse all year, and you look at all those seconds. He's had a couple kind of clear path early pace and then losing by a head to Carlos Sixes and Drizzy, and so this horse likes to wait a little bit. But that is certainly one scenario. He is at 7-2, third choice on here. The horse is always competitive for sure.
Honor Road also likes the distance in here. 2 wins out of 8 tries. 2 outs ago was battling just behind the leaders and went 3 deep and ended up tiring in the end. Plum Lucky got the job done. But last time out, that was a great race, how it made the middle move, but then ended up tiring and then coming back on. It's only get beat by 2 3/4. Honor Road, I don't think has the speed of some of them in here. But this horse can definitely stick around, and you're getting 10-1.
Yes, and you've pointed this horse out in the past about how he's not that great going the 5.5, 6 furlongs, and you put 2 turns and he's a different horse, and that's what you get. That is an interesting sign, like you mentioned, how he came back on. I'm unsure what they're going to do. If he's not going to be that far off. It's just a matter of when he makes his move, I think.
Yeah, what I'd really like to know in this race, what's number 1 Young Boy going to do? Made a good move 2 outs ago when they did go the mile distance. This horse doesn't have a lot of experience, but got the experience that day. And then last time out, this horse sent out to the front end, opened up in the lane, and then got tired inside the 16th pole. Yo Why Me and Warbridge went on by. Does Young Boy go to the lead, or does he try one of those little off the pace deals that he did going the mile?
I've bet him when he's come off the pace, that's why, but then he's one of those stressed horses that you don't know are they going to the lead or not. So it's tough. Remember, this horse hasn't had huge success going a mile, so I don't know.
But it had limited tries, only
Limited
2
tries,
tries there.
fair.
But I did like that race it ran 2 outs ago, and that's why they bet him down in the 3,500 going 6 furlongs at 5-1. And at the head of the lane, it looked like he could have stole that race.
Yeah, no, that's fair. He's 14-1. There's your value. We talked about the other day of just finding value, and 14-1 is. The horse is not my top 3, but it intrigues me a little bit at the 14-1 price.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, starting it off with you.
All right, I'm going with the closer, similar to what you've played the other day, or we've played this all year and been very successful getting some nice prices. So just in case there doesn't get up, kind of like that last race, the 7 just not getting up for me, I've got 30 to place on the 5.
And I got straight 30 to win on number 7, Cab and John. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High 5 Wagering. horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 1 mile for $12,000. Number 1 is Young Boy, owned by Lane Foxwell, trained by Ellen Brown with Neville Stevenson. Number 2, Ma's Mischief, was scratched. Number 3 is Witt's Dollar Night, owned by Louise McCallum and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is On a Road, owned and trained by Tiffany Husbands, Richard Mangley aboard. Number 5 is Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Caleb Pizarro. Number 6 is El Chairman, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 7, Cabin John, owned by Dale Henry, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Late double wagering here in race number 6. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we are going a mile or 8 furlongs, 5,000 claimers. Somebody has just put a lot of money on the 7 at 1 to 5. I think the 7 certainly has a shot, but not at that price. This field is too competitive for that. I now really like my value play on the 5. I think he's going to sit just off, won't be involved in the early pace battle, and make that late run to get up. The 6 has been running well, may not set up as well, but I've got it 5, 7, 6, but I can't take a 2 to 5 shot on top. Kirt?
Yeah, stretch. I didn't know he was going to be 2 to 5. He was even money, but 2 to 5. I still like the running style of Cabin John. Lots of pace in this race. There is only 2 closers. That's the 5 and the 7. I think the 7 is way better coming off the pace and going to the front. Jorge Carreño has a win early on, so I like him with Plum Lucky, the 5. And number 6, El Chairman, good luck here in race 6.
Post time!
Young boy, Wits Dollar Night now on a road in the starting gate. Plum Lucky moves in. Now just 2 left to load. El Chairman. And just waiting on the 3 to 5 favorite, Cabin John. Cabin John getting a little extra help from the gate crew. He's now in. They're at the post. And they're off. On the inside, Young Boy quickly out of the starting gate with Wits Dollar Night in between horses. 3 wide, Cabin John. Surprisingly in the fray early. El Chairman back in 4th, moving up Plum Lucky in 5th. And the early trailer will be on a road. The opening quarter, a sensible 24 seconds. And Young Boy and Wits Dollar Night still battling noses apart. Being pulled to the front, Cabin John 3 wide. El Chairman restrained 3 lengths off the lead in 4th. Then another 2 lengths back to On a Road and Plum Lucky. The early trailers, the half 48-4, and Cabin John now puts a head in front. Back to second with Dollar Knight. Making a 4 wide bid. That's El Chairman with Plum Lucky to the outside. And coming from the back of the field, Honor Road. 48-4, a crisp half mile. On the outside, El Chairman. On the inside, Cabin John, 3/4. In 1:14 as they hit the head of the lane. It's Cabin John and El Chairman still battling it out with El Chairman ahead by a half a length. On a road on the inside, trying to rally. El Chairman with the lead, not giving up. Cabin John with one last try, but it's going to be El Chairman getting it done. Cabin John second best. Third's going to go to Honor Road. The stewards are posted number 6, El Chairman, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Cabin John. Third to number 4, Honor Road. And fourth to number 5, Plum Lucky. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds. The half 48-4. 6 furlongs, 1:14. Time for the mile, 1:42. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 6, El Chairman. El Chairman is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Society's chairman, out of the mare El Bernadette, by El Corridor. Owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile, 1:42. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 7, In the Deep, will run for a claiming price of $15,000. Jackpot High 5 wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 17 minutes. And just a reminder, folks, about special dining opportunities on the weekend. Friday here is steak night, and Saturday prime rib night, both for $24.95 and available from 4 till 8. Enjoy steak and prime rib this weekend. Reservations are not required. You're also reminded to keep up to speed on racing and other Assiniboia news by signing up for the free Insider newsletter. Go to the website asdowns.com and sign up for the Insider. And welcome back to Allen Paddock for race number 7 for this allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs, welcoming TVG and all their viewers. Well stretched last race. El Chairman, Cab and John battled it out again, but in the opposite way.
Yeah, it was interesting. There's horses in kind of different spots, even on a road at the back, and I wouldn't think that. Yeah, great ride on Chady to recognize the situation. Just pulled in. That horse likes to win, and you give him a good ride. And he needed a good trip to win that race, because the 7 was caught out 3 wide, put the speed away, and then just couldn't hold off, and still battled back. So very game horse on that. Just before we talk about this last race, I can start by saying that we're up for $1 million tomorrow, because nobody's taken home the pool today. There's some okay payouts, but not the $260,000 that could have been. So start handicapping for tomorrow. We had our question of the day, which both shocked both of us. Mitch does his usual question of the day. How often do you play the races after the ASD off season? And we'll start with, I only play ASD season, and then that's 23%. And then we have once a month is 16%, maybe some of the bigger races, breeders and stuff. And then once a week is 25%. And the last option is every day like stretch, and that was 34%. And that kind of...
wow.
Yes, and then there was one write-in, his handle is Shot Taken Time, and he explained that he plays 8 hours a day unless he may have been out the night before and gotten a bit of trouble. So thanks for putting in your notes on that. Both Kirt and I are alive in the pick 4. Some potential payouts there, and let's see if we can't finish off.
All right,
today.
Stretch, who do you like on top in here?
Okay, we've both got the same selection on top, just because this horse will be up for, I think, sprinter or at least claimer of the year. This horse started for $5,000 and just has won 5 of 7 starts. Looked so impressive each time. Deserves to be the favorite. It's not an easy race, but that's where you got to start. Every time I think he can't win, he's proved me wrong. I really impressed that last race and how good that last race was. Watch for him. We know the closers can get there today. He'll be making his move on mid-turn, and then he makes that even move, and he grinds his way to the lead on the outside usually.
Yeah, Marky Well has done no wrong. Even that second beat in the neck to Doc's Class Act 3 outs ago was an awesome race once again. He comes to play each and every time. My second selection in here is number 8, Most Amusing. Went 7 furlongs last time out. The gas pedal got stuck as they went the half mile in 47-3. That was the quickest half mile going 7 furlongs this year, and tired down the lane, but really never got beat by a lot. Only 3 1/4 in the end, and this horse will love sprinting, gets 5.5 furlongs, has some serious opening quarters down in Canterbury before arriving 21-2, going 6.5 furlongs. So undoubtedly, I think this is a speed that has to be caught.
Yeah, I didn't like him last time going 7. I thought he was truly a sprinter, but I was impressed on the race and the speed in there. I think it's a perfect move by the trainer on the cutback. He's going to be on the outside. He doesn't have to actually clear, but just that cutback's going to help and might keep going for sure. My other in the top 3 is the 7, and in the deep. This horse was on the fringes of allowance, stake racing, and then maybe a little over his head last time, toyed with the $7,500 race field, basically went to the lead and just had a really quick time. He's had some of the fastest times at the distance at one time. He was 1:11. That was the fastest at that point. Maybe the distance isn't his ideal spot, but he is an absolute racehorse, likes to win races, 6 of 18. I don't think you can leave him out. He'll be coming from just off the pace.
Yeah, definitely has one of the quicker times, going 6 furlongs, 1:11 flat this year. And the mare, Persistent, taking a lot of money, currently at 9-5. She won the Astro Moon going 5 furlongs. one of the only horses to say that she beat Miss Imperial this year. Went her out of ground, was off some time, but sprinting, definitely she belongs. We seen Cypress Point run second to Marquis Well. That's another mare. She didn't get respect in the race, but Persistent is. And definitely, if you're alive to the 4, you're getting a good payout.
Yeah, you look at that race last year on September 9th. That just says it all against the boys, and so that's the comparison that I like him. He was my 4th. She was my 4th choice. I've got her in the pick 4. That would be a nice payout for sure.
Any other long shots in here to throw in, Stretch?
Well, Shooting Money is going to be speed. I think that horse is competitive. I don't know if the right race shape, and the 1 has been in a bit of trouble a few times. If the horse can come off, maybe can sneak in the try.
Another bombs away to throw in your supers. Number 2, Candy Giant. This horse was in trouble on the turn, steadied a couple times, and that was the 3rd level allowance, optional 20. Takes a dip down 1 level here. Only got beat by 5 to those horses with a troubled trip. So this one might be blowing up the tote board at 45 to 1. Let's go to our bets here in race number 7. Stretch, start us off.
All right, we're going to go a $1 try. I think it's wide open. I've got my top selections in there. 3, 4, 7, 8 with 3, 4, 7, 8. And I'm throwing in that 1 in the 3rd spot to make it 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. It's 36, but I think it's going to pay. And Kirt, before you give out yours, everybody should tune in early tomorrow. We've got lots going on. Mitch has an unbelievable opening couple minutes. So we're at 6:45. Maybe tune in at 6:43.
All righty, and I got a $1 track to wheel. 3 on top of 1, 2, 4, 7, 8 with the 1, 2, 4, 7, 8. That'll cost you $20. Good luck with all your selections here in race 7, and see you back tomorrow, 6:43 Central for ASD Live. The horse on the track for race number 7, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Candy Giant, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Marquis Well, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Persistent, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Bangley. Number 5 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Courageous, owned by Hetty Kling, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is In the Deep, owned by Jerry Gowdy, trained by Rick Wise with Antonia Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, Most Amusing, owned by Waylon Delorme, trained by Steve Kepler Jr. with Sheldon Chickadas. Post time for race number 7 in 3 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Great race to cap off a very exciting day of racing here. We've got going 5.5 high-level allowance horses. We've got colts and geldings and one mare. That's the 4. Can she beat the boys? Maybe, but I'm going to go to the 3 horse that's just had a superstar year of 5 wins out of 7 starts. Likes to come just off the pace. Sets it up well. If he runs back to that last race, will be tough to beat. But the others to consider are the 7 horse in the deep. He's run some big races too, as well at this distance. And then the 8 is the speed. So I've got it 3, 7, 8. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Marquis Well. Done no wrong all year long. So I expect the horse to make a big late rally. But I do like the speed in here. Number 8, Most Amusing. Showed great speed going 7 furlongs. I just don't think that was the horse's distance. Now goes 5.5. I think that's right up this horse's alley. Playing Catch Me If You Can. Bombs away. The 2 Candy Giant at 40-1 to throw in your supers. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
Mr. Dazzle finds his spot in the starting gate for the nightcap. Candy Giant goes in. Marquis Well, the Kirt 6-5 choice, also is in. Persistent tackling the boys. She's in. Now Shooting Money's turn. Courageous set to go in. Just 2 left to load. Marquis Well fractious in the starting gate. In the deep, looks like it's getting a little equipment adjustment. Marquis Well has settled down. In the deep, now ready to go in. And just waiting on Most Amusing. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Most Amusing. Hard hustled to get the early lead. That'll clear by 4. Settled back in second. That's Shooting Money, and In the Deep. Now 6 lengths off of it. Right behind them, Persistent. Mr. Dazzle on the rail. A gap of 6 more lengths back to Candy Giant, Courageous, and Marquis Well about 15 off the lead. The opening quarter a quick 22-4. Most Amusing. The lead is evaporating as Persistent now makes the move and engages Most Amusing and takes over as the leader. Rallying on the inside, Mr. Dazzle. On the far outside is In the Deep. To the very far outside, Marquis Well. Persistent is hammering on the boys today. Persistent is going to win for fun by 5. Second's going to go to Mr. Dazzle. Very close for third and fourth between Candy Giant and In the Deep. 5th went to Courageous. The stewards have posted number 4, Persistent, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Mr. Dazzle. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-1. Results of the photo show number 2, Candy Giant. Finishing third. 4th goes to number 7, In the Deep. Just outside the winner's enclosure is the official winner. Here in race number 7, that's number 4, Persistent. Persistent is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Terry the Magic, by DeHere. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Richard Mangoli. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-1. Number 4, Persistent, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by her owner, Dr. Betty Hughes. Congratulations goes out to jockey Richard Mangoli, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Richard Mangoli. Well, now it's time for Crazy Hour in the second level clubhouse. Beer, wine, and shots for just $2.95 and half-price appetizers until midnight. Of course, we hope to see you tomorrow for the final night of live racing, where $1 million could be won if you have the only correct ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5, which must go. See you tomorrow at 7:30, but now let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.